the Hyundai leadoff man. We will start a little late today as the Cubs try to win this series. Travis Wood, at some point today, will make his Cubs debut. Dodgers and Cubs in the final game of this weekend set. And hi again, everyone. We hope your Sunday is going well. I'm Len Casper. You see the tarps on the field behind me. A cell is going through. Once it is passed, we believe we can play without incident the rest of the afternoon. The Cubs won 5-4 on Friday to start this series. Dropped a 5-1 decision yesterday. The big story in the Cubs clubhouse is everybody's battling that flu bug. It seems like it happens once a year to every team. Matt Garza was supposed to start tomorrow. He at first was pushed back till today. Well, now they're going to skip his start altogether, and he's now slated to go on Friday in Milwaukee. So left-hander Travis Wood called up from AAA Iowa to start today after Chris Volstad went yesterday. But he's not the only guy, Matt Garza, who's sick in that Cubs clubhouse. Let's hear from the manager, Dale Swain.
Today is Stewart. He's down and out today, so just one of those unfortunate things that a lot of teams deal with. I think in the course of a year, it happens to be going through us right now. So hopefully we get him back, but it hasn't been a one-day thing with anybody. It's been guys that are just completely down and out. We designated Blake DeWitt today. Hopefully he clears waivers and elects to stay with us. So it's just kind of an unfortunate thing, more than anything, just because of the flu bug. Cost a guy, a job in the big leagues. It was really our only, chance to do anything was him, and it's unfortunate that because of, like I said, the flu bug, it cost somebody his job. But hopefully, he stays in the organization, doesn't get claimed, and he's back here to help us, sometime soon.
What were the reports you got on Travis when you saw him all spring? But from Iowa, what were the reports that you got?
Well, it looked like he had some good outings, some not so good outings, but at least he was commanding the ball. Throwing his velocities was good. He got, one time I know he got to 95 one time. Wasn't as bad. Wasn't spectacular, but nothing, overwhelmingly, bad either. So. But like I said, he was commanding the ball pretty well for the most part. Still, I think we needed to, use the breaking ball a little bit more too.
The flu bug going around like this, do you have to do anything? Players do anything differently to try and keep away from it, or how do you kind of?
Well, as bad as these guys have been, you've tried to keep them away from the ballpark, but that's hard to do, and they need to get treatment and medicine and all that stuff. So. The best you do is you stay away from them. You don't shake hands. You don't, let them breathe on you or whatever. So it's one of those tough things that, like I said, teams go through, and we're going through it right now.
You still expect Garza to skip the turn completely and start Friday?
Yeah, I think he'll be okay in Milwaukee. So hopefully, he was pretty down and out. So, but that's 4 days away. So hopefully we'll be able to, we're 5 days away. So we'll be able to monitor that, but he should be okay by then.
And Wood, if he pitches well?
Well, we'll see what happens, after the game, and but you pitch well in Garza, but we're probably still going to have to do some kind of move there after the game because he's not going to be available for 3 or 4 days.
Closing problems aren't unique to any one team. Seems like a lot of teams are having problems with guys who have been good in the role and then they're struggling now. Does that become one of the toughest parts, I would imagine, of managing a bullpen?
Well, I think, obviously that back end of a bullpen is nice when you have, 7, 8, 9 cut and dry, and you have, bona fide, closers and all that, make it a heck of a lot easier. And when it's not, it's, you put guys out in situations where they're going to, hopefully succeed, but it'll always be that way. The last 3 outs will be the hardest to get, no matter how good of stuff you have or whatever. So you're basically, making guys hit the ball and see what happens. The walks are what end up killing you in any situation. That's why, Mariano Rivera, Trevor Hoffman's, they sustained everything for so long because they never walked anybody.
That's Dale Swayman here again. The roster moves today. Travis Wood recalled from AAA Iowa. He'll make his Cubs debut today. Remember, he came over in the Sean Marshall deal. And Blake DeWitt designated for assignment for the second time already this calendar year. And if he's not claimed by anyone, hopefully he will remain in the Cubs organization. So the Cubs playing with a very short bench today, but the cure for that, of course, about a 2-hit shutout from Travis Wood. A couple of key home runs early, and the Cubs get out of here with a series victory. As we go to break on the Hyundai Leadoff Man, it's brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers. Check out the award-winning Hyundai Sonata at myhyundaichicago.com. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports, just moments away from the first pitch.
And today's game is available in Spanish on your SAP audio setting, provided by WRTO La Tremenda, Chicago's Spanish language sports leader. Omar Ramos and Hector Fabregas on the call.
And we encourage Cub fans to check out our WGN Baseball blog on WGNTV.com. It's brought to you by Jeff Vukovich, nationwide agent serving the area for 33 years. Contact Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. And on the blog today, we have our Stats Sunday feature. And a special thanks to Don Zminda, Nolan McNair, Megan Sheehan, and all the wonderful folks at Stats for putting these charts together. Run expectancy. So outs and base runners, we go back to 2010. The amount of runs you should score in an inning, starting from whatever situation. And we'll also have the chances that you'll score at all based on those situations. So here you go, Bob. As you start an inning, you average a half a run with nobody on, nobody out. And when you get the bases loaded, nobody out, of course, you should score a lot. And it's fun to look at. I mean, runner at first, no outs. You score 0.84 runs. Runner at second, 1 out, 0.662. So that gets into the debate about giving up an out to move up a base.
Absolutely. And with a runner on first base, or rather with the bases loaded as opposed to runners in second and third only, you see how the percentages are different with 1 out. And that's because of keeping the double play in order. We talk about it all the time. Throw to the right base, keep the double play in order.
So we'll have a little fun with that this afternoon. And it certainly will inform the armchair managers out there about what to do in certain situations. The Dodger manager, Don Mattingly, writing out this Dodger lineup minus Matt Kemp, late scratch due to hamstring tightness. D. Gordon, Mark Ellis, Andre Ethier at the top. Juan Rivera, Jerry Hairston, and James Loney in the middle. A.J. Ellis, Tony Gwynn Jr. in for Kemp, and Aaron Harang at the bottom.
And let's check out how the Cubs take the field defensively today. Behind Travis Wood, brought to you by Pepsi Max, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball. 0 calories, maximum Pepsi taste. It'll be Soriano, Campana, and DeJesus left to right across the outfield today. Joe Mather getting the start at third base. Starlin Castro and Darwin Barney will make up the double play combination. Brian LaHare over at first base with Wellington Castillo getting a rare start behind the plate today for a guy he's very familiar with. He's been catching him down at AAA Iowa, Travis Wood. In his 5 starts down there, he's had a couple of good outings, a couple of not so good outings. The good thing is his command is much better. He's throwing strikes, hopefully good quality strikes today against this Dodger lineup.
So rain delay that lasted over 2.5 hours, finally over and set for baseball. And one of 4 active umpires to have worked multiple no-hitters, Jeff Kellogg, is behind the plate with Cooper, Foster, and Timmons around the bases. Anibal Sanchez, 2006. Ubaldo Jimenez, 2010. They're no-nos. Jeff Kellogg was there. Here we go. Wood against Gordon, and a first pitch strike. 91 on the fastball, and we are underway. Rain delay was 2 hours and 41 minutes.
Now for Travis Wood today, you'll see him work his fastball both directions. He'll throw 2 seamers with a little bit of tailing action. He'll cut the fastball into the right-handed hitters. He likes to throw his straight changeup, and will mix in an occasional curveball and slider.
It'll be a tough play for Castro. Gets rid of it quickly, and LaHare digs out the short hop throw to get D. Gordon. That's a really good play against one of the fastest guys in the league.
And that's just knowing your opposition for Starlin Castro. We know he likes to take a little extra time and wind up, but he realized he had no extra time with D. Gordon running. Short hop off the grass. Nice pick by Brian LaHare at the other end. That is a big out in the ball game. Anytime you can keep D. Gordon off the bases.
Now the second baseman, Mark Ellis, who takes a fastball low. Travis Wood is in for Matt Garza, is feeling a lot better, but unable to go today. He'll have his start skipped altogether. Wood, 25 years old, 5'11", 175 pounds, and the Cubs got him 2 days before Christmas from Cincinnati, along with outfielder Dave Sapelt, infielder Ronald Torreyes, in exchange for lefty Sean Marshall. .57 degrees and an east wind at 10 miles an hour. High humidity, as you would imagine, and a touch and go forecast. Three and one the count. Again, no Matt Kemp, at least to start the game in the Dodger lineup. That hamstring may have healed though by now. This Ellis takes ball 4.
Well, with Kemp sitting on a major league high consecutive game streak of 391, it wouldn't surprise me if Don Mattingly tried to get him into the game in some capacity just to keep the streak alive.
Yeah, he was scratched last year in a game in June with a similar injury and did pinch hit. So first base runner, and Wood will check on Ellis. Mattingly in his second season as the manager of the Dodgers, now under new ownership. You've heard the two big names a lot. Magic Johnson, the NBA Hall of Famer, who was a partner. And the president and CEO, Stan Kasten, longtime baseball executive. But we should also mention the chairman, Mark Walter, who's based here in Chicago and was a Cub fan. And I stress the word was, as Andre Ethier pulls one foul. A huge Cub fan before buying the Dodgers.
Well, he's probably still a huge Cub fan every time except when they're playing the Dodgers.
Especially when they're playing the Giants. He's a Cub fan. And they will have their first home game under the Guggenheim Baseball Management Group tomorrow night. And Dodger fans who park in that huge lot right around the stadium will have an extra $5 in their pocket, because Magic announced parking's now $10, not $15, right after they bought the team. Ethier swings and misses. And Wood gets his first strikeout. So 2 outs in the inning.
Rather awkward swing for a guy who is a really good 2-strike hitter. Just a cut fastball right off of that outside corner. Ethier just tried to foul it off and stay alive, but came up empty.
Well, we will update our run expectancy matrix as we move along. Mentioned teams score just under a half a run per inning when the inning starts. Runner at first, 2 outs. It goes down to 0.216. And the Dodgers in this spot, according to the percentage chance of scoring, have about a 12% chance of scoring. Kick and the pitch is a called strike, and it's 1-1 on Juan Rivera. So there you go.
Runner on first base with 2 outs.
The keys to get to 2 outs. You see, not a lot of runs are scored once you get to this situation.
Which is why you hear managers talk all the time about the importance of those big 2-out base hits.
Fastball outside. Travis Wood made his major league debut 2 years ago with Cincinnati here at Wrigley Field and was very good. He went into the 8th inning. mentioned, pretty low percentage here in terms of a run scoring, with 2 outs and a runner at first. Just want to be in the bottom left-hand corner of that particular box. Not a big surprise, is it? Farther down and to the left you go. You add base runners, keep the outs at 0 or 1. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here it is. Swing and a miss. So at this point, there's a 0% chance the Dodgers will score in the first. The official soft drink of Major League Baseball. 0 calories, maximum Pepsi taste. DeJesus, Campana, Castro. You've got Laher, Soriano, and Mather in the middle. Mather in for the ailing Ian Stewart. Barney, Castillo, and Wood round it out.
Quick look at the Dodgers defensively. It'll be Rivera, Gwynn, and Ethier across the outfield, left to right. Hairston, Gordon, Ellis, and Loney third to first across the infield. A.J. Ellis behind the plate today for 33-year-old veteran right-hander Aaron Harang. He'll be 33 much longer. He's got a birthday coming up in a few days.
He's pitched against the Cubs a lot. This is his 26th career start against the Cubs, and he's a big dude. 6'7", 260. San Diego native. Trying to even up his season record in his first year with the Dodgers.
A slight change in his approach in the early going this year, throwing a lot more power pitches, a lot more fastballs and sliders, not as many curveballs and changeups as he has thrown in the past.
Here's his 1-1 to DeJesus, and David pops it up. It'll be caught in foul territory by James Loney. Make sure you keep in touch. You can email us at lenandbob@tribune.com. We're on Facebook and Twitter as well. Bob, Albert Pujols finally hit a home run. A 2-run homer in the 5th inning today off Drew Hutchison of the Toronto Blue Jays. So he's got his first home run as an Angel after 109 at bats, and got the silent treatment in the dugout. And he may get hot.
Yeah, he might hit 30 in the next month. Who knows? Capable of putting up incredible numbers when he gets hot.
Campana takes a pitch outside. 2-0 the count. Lights are on. Wind not blowing very hard, but it's coming right off the lake. And high, 3-0. There's a strike. Tony got rid of the bat just as Jeff Kellogg went into a strike call.
Pretty good looking pitch. Not sure where Tony thought that one missed. And a good idea to hack at that next one.
Hairston still in at third, even with 2 strikes. 3-2 pitch. Good foul into the upper deck. Behind the Cubs on deck circle.
A.J. Ellis behind the plate for the Dodgers knew that ball was popped up somewhere in foul territory, but he wasn't sure exactly where. Came out of his chute, started to take off his mask just in case he was going to have a play on it, but Tony fouled it straight back into the backstop.
Out of the left center field. Good at bat for Campana. Kept battling after getting it to 3-2, and he will be safe at second with a double. Forcing the defense to make a play. Tony Gwynn Jr.'s throw a little off the mark. And it's a 1-out double.
And that's the time to take a chance with 1 out in the inning. Try to get yourself into scoring position. In effect, this is like the leadoff man getting on and bunting him into scoring position. This is a play most runners would not even consider trying to stretch a single into a double, but with Campana's speed going hard right out of the batter's box, he never hesitated.
Starlin Castro with a 3-hit game yesterday. Campana takes off for third. He is out. Well, you see Campana at second. The Cubs had almost a 40% chance of scoring. Now that goes down to 6.8%.
Yeah, not a good jump that time by Tony. We talk about all the time, if you're going to steal third, you either have to have a monster lead off of second base or have a walking lead. Tony got caught leaning back towards second base there. His walking lead had pretty much been halted, and he tried to go from a dead start, and A.J. Ellis put the throw right on the bag.
Well, A.J. Ellis getting Campana, who was thrown out yesterday, or rather on a Friday by Ellis as well.
Yeah, even with good speed, you still have to have a good jump at second base. That's a very short throw for the catcher. Ellis has shown a strong throwing arm in this series. Taking that walking lead, you really have to be out onto your front foot with your weight leaning toward third base rather than back toward second.
Castro wet. Harang with his first strikeout. The Cubs done in the first. 0-0. the second. A 2-hour 41-minute rain delay prior to the first pitch. Only time the Dodgers are in town, so imperative to get this one in today. As the Little Rock, Arkansas native Travis Wood makes his debut in a Cubs uniform. Here's Jerry Hairston Jr. at a big game 1. Came up just short of the cycle. 3 for 4 with a homer and a triple. But then yesterday didn't hit anything out of the infield, went 0 for 4. Ooh, off Wood. I think it glanced off his glove, and that'll be an infield hit. A good job by Wood just to block that, and I think Jerry Hairston just blew out a hammy.
And Wood appeared just to get his glove up in time to unfortunately deflect that ball away from the Cubs defenders. You could see Darwin Barney was shaded up the middle of the field. It's probably a routine play for Darwin if Travis Wood lets it go through, but instincts tell you to try to catch that ball. And we'll get a look at Hairston as he comes out of that batter's box. Yeah, it looked like it was actually when he started to slow down, he realized that ball had ricocheted away from the mound and into the open ground on the right side of the infield. And when he started to break it down was when he grabbed at the hamstring.
So he's out, and Adam Kennedy will run for Hairston. And again, they're already short Matt Kemp, who may or may not be able to give them an at-bat. Not trying to make light of the injury. You don't want to see guys get hurt, but I guess it does even it up a little bit. The Cubs are short-handed today on their bench as well. The runner at first, nobody out, and James Loney with a big swing just cued it off the end of the bat foul. Mentioned that Wrigley Field debut for Travis Wood, his major league debut. 7 innings plus 2 hits. He gave up 2 runs, both of which scored after he was taken out of the game. And then 2 starts later at Philadelphia. This is his 3rd major league start. He took a perfect game into the bottom of the 9th in a scoreless tie, gave up a leadoff double to break up the perfect game and the no-no, got out of the inning, sent it to extras. The Phillies would win it 1-0 in 11. The problem for Travis Wood that night was Roy Halladay was pitching for the Phillies.
Bad draw.
9 innings, 1 hit, no runs, and you don't get a win. That's bad luck.
It looks like Travis Wood throwing with a little more velocity than we saw down in Arizona during the Cactus League. Velocity is never going to be his main thing, but it helps to have an extra mile per hour or 2 on that fastball to set up the straight changeup and to make that cutter look a little bigger.
He had a bad spring. There's no way around it. Maybe putting a little too much pressure on himself after being acquired in a trade for a very popular guy in Sean Marshall, as Loney pops into shallow left. Soriano hustling in, and he will make the basket catch, and the throw to first will be late. Nicely done by Soriano. Not only to make the catch, but to avoid a collision with Starlin Castro.
Hey, it's funny, Len, you know as well as I do, we talk to opposing team broadcasters and they ask about our ball club, and one of the things we always point out is Alfonso Soriano's improved defense in left field, and usually they laugh at us. But just another example right there of Alfonso Soriano making a play that he wouldn't even have pursued last year.
He's made all the plays. Now A.J. Ellis, the catcher, to a really good start. all around. See those really good offensive numbers. And he's the only guy who's caught Tony Campana stealing. And he's done it twice. Outside, 2 balls, no strikes.
Adam Kennedy has yet to attempt a stolen base this year, but over the course of his career, 75% success rate. He picks his spots well. Hey, Cub fans, if you want to manage a game along with Dale Swaim, log on to WGNTV.com right now and click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner to collect all the up-to-the-minute stats and information while you're watching at home. Game Zone is sponsored by The Great Escape, pools, patio sets, place sets, hot tubs, and more.
3-1. The word hot in that promo gets longer and longer every time you read it.
Be a good day for a hot tub. We've talked about installing a hot tub up here in the booth.
Fouled back, 3-2. Tony Gwynn Jr. on deck. Going Kennedy, another foul. Kennedy goes again, and another foul pop, back out of play. Cubs will welcome in the Braves starting tomorrow night. The 3-game series. And they're off to a very good start and leading again today, 6-2. And Colorado there in the 8th inning. Wood will throw over. Kennedy had about a half-step lead that time.
It's one of those situations as a base runner, you're not really trying to steal the bag. You're in motion to just try to stay out of a potential double play. You should never get picked off on a 3-2 pitch.
And ball 4. That's a pretty safe count to run, and Ellis has an excellent eye at the plate. Pretty good chance he wasn't going to go out of the strike zone. And now Tony Gwynn. Just hitting 2 for 14 against lefties this year, over 300 versus righties. Off of third, and it'll be out of play. 1-1. Chris Capuano with a big 2-run double early on yesterday against Chris Volstad. This is kind of day, though, with Aaron Harang. You got to do everything you can to not let the guys in front of him beat you. He has long been one of the weakest hitting pitchers in baseball. Career .091 average. I mean, Aaron Harang, 11 years in the big leagues. His career high 149. 2-1. Now he's a pitcher, so we compare him to other pitchers, but I'm just looking at the numbers.
What's his BABIP, though? You know, maybe he's just hit into a lot of tough luck for a lot of years.
He hasn't hit much. Strikes out about once every 2 at-bats.
You know what? His managers don't seem to care, because he can eat up a bunch of innings out there on the mound. At times can be dominating on the mound. He'll give up his share of hits every time he goes out there, but usually finds a way to keep his team in the game.
Well, he's laid down 45 sack bunts in his career, so as long as he does that, the rest doesn't really matter in terms of his offense. Full count, 3-2. Update the percentage chance the Dodgers would score with a couple of men on and 1 out. Right in the middle there, about 40%. Don't want to load them up, though. You see it goes up to 65% with 1 out. Runners not going, and a pop-up, and this one will also make the seats.
We're told that Aaron Harang's batting average on balls in play stands at .297 for his career.
Okay.
I bet Aaron Harang doesn't even know that.
I guess that means that his career .091 average is right where he should be.
Yep.
He hasn't been lucky or unlucky. Deep pitch counts for Travis Wood here, facing his 4th hitter in the 2nd inning. And another 3-2 to Gwynn. Ball 4. He's walked 3 now here in the first 2 innings. And they're loaded. It is the pitcher Harang. We gave you his career landscape offensively.
Well, but we've said it a million times up here in the booth. Anybody with a piece of wood in their hands is dangerous, especially with the bases loaded. So it would behoove Travis Wood to make some of his best pitches right now, even though this guy is one of the worst hitters in the game.
He does have 1 career home run. 4, 6, jump toss. Oh, he couldn't handle it. And the Dodgers get a run as Kennedy's in. Well, Tony Gwynn really supplied that run, didn't he?
Yes, he did, breaking up the double play. You know, this is one of those ones. Starlin Castro could jump over Gwynn, come back down to the ground, and still would have had enough time to throw out Aaron Harang at first base. Classic example of just trying to do a little bit too much. Ball was briefly in Brian LaHare's glove, but popped out just enough to allow Harang to reach.
And that's why this spot, you know, teams tend to score more often than not. You had a pitcher at the plate, and they still got it done. So it's 1-0 Dodgers. 1st and 3rd, and D. Gordon takes a strike. So Harang gets an RBI. That looked to be tailor-made off the bat. Ground ball to Barney. He's going to get Harang and not the faster Gordon at first. They get one. It's 1-0 Dodgers in the second. Around the country on WGN America know that during every Cubs home game this season, if you go to channel 780 or high definition channel 1780, you can see a special multi-view presentation that'll show you all our different live camera angles here at Wrigley Field. It's pretty cool. So if you want to direct the game along with Skip Ellison, give a look to AT&T UVerse channel 780 or HD channel 1780. Aaron Harang,
offensive star of the ball game so far.
Yep.
Jeez.
RBI fielder's choice. And he has a 1-0 lead. He'll face LaHare, Soriano, and Mather. Here in the Cubs' second. Well, LaHare snapped his 10-game hitting streak yesterday, but did continue his on-base streak. He's been on in 23 consecutive games. Off to a great start. Kennedy, who scored that run after pinch running for the injured Jerry Hairston, is still in at third.
Brian LaHare has been a shining light in this Cubs batting order with his ability to take pitches, work deep counts. That's very, very quick 1, 2, 3 innings when Brian LaHare is not involved, but it seems like every inning he is involved, he forces that opposing pitcher to really work hard to either retire him or ultimately get a base hit against the pitcher, occasionally taking the base on balls.
I think it really feeds itself both ways, Bob. If you're struggling, teams are going to be more aggressive in going after you. And when you're going well and you already have a good eye at the plate like LaHair does, teams nibble even more, which means he will take more walks.
Baseball season is in full swing, and so is the WGN Radio Cubs Corner, sponsored by Wintrust Community Banks. The next Cubs Corner is this Tuesday at Wildfire in downtown Chicago. Join a couple of Cubs newcomers, David DeJesus and Ian Stewart, for a live WGN radio broadcast and enjoy a great 3-course lunch, all for just $55. Tickets are available by calling Wildfire at 312.
Get the rest of that number here as Ethier makes a catch.
Wildfire at 312-787-9000, or as always, you can visit Cubs.com.
So Soriano on one pitch flies out to right, and it'll bring up Joe Mather, who's playing third for Ian Stewart. You missed our leadoff man. Where were you? Number one. But number two, Dale Swain, when asked, well, what do you do when everybody's sick? Said, yeah, you know, you find out a guy is under the weather, you try to get him away from the team. You quarantine him, so to speak, send him home to get some rest. In the case of Jeff Baker, Bobby actually spent some time yesterday in the hospital before resting at home last night. But I guess Scott Main was the first guy to kind of come down with it, and it's too difficult to snuff it out. Mather taps one. Harang will pick it up and throw him out. You know, I just saw it, I don't know where, about passing germs along. They say that shaking hands, that is a great way to pass along some sort of virus. So you think about guys, what they do, they high five constantly.
Start banging elbows instead. And we were talking about it before the ball game, Len. This is one of those situations for a manager. You know, and people close to the ball club know, that you're very shorthanded, but you don't want to let the opposing team know how shorthanded you are, so you can, you know, possibly at least force Don Mattingly to think a little more before he makes moves over there on the Dodgers side of the field. If you know the opposing manager is limited to a backup catcher and maybe a backup outfielder, it could change some of the moves you make during the course of a ball game.
And again, we don't know the availability of Matt Kemp. We just know he was scratched from the original lineup. We know Jerry Hairston is no longer available. He already left due to an injury. So you may not see a ton of double switches and pinch hitters in this game. Darwin Barney lines out. Just a little lead by Loney to snag it. 1-0 Dodgers after 2.
you by Bud Light. It's a sure sign of a good time. Here we go.
Travis Wood trying to settle in. He has walked 3 Dodgers through 2 innings. He trails 1-0. He'll face Mark Ellis, Andre Ethier, and Juan Rivera. Speaking of Ellis, want to send out big 50th birthday wishes to Ron Ellis from Shepherd, Michigan, making a trip here to Wrigley Field today. There's a strike on Mark Ellis. I think there's any relation. Missed the outside corner.
We're not taking anything away from Juan Rivera or Tony Gwynn Jr., who was inserted into the lineup as Kemp was scratched. But what a different looking lineup for the Dodgers without big Matt Kemp sitting in that 3-hole.
You're right.
I mean, he has been a one-man wrecking crew this year. Andre Ethier misses him too. Because every time he comes to the plate, Matt Kemp's on base somewhere.
Ethier leads the majors in RBIs, 28. Won't give away her age, Bob, but I want to wish my sister Amy a very special birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday, Amy.
I would say it's her 30th, but it's not quite accurate.
Close enough.
Close enough.
After 21, I don't think you should count them anymore anyway.
I agree. I'm with you on that. Jim Tianis, one of our fine camera guys, knows what to do to it. Give it to a kid.
That's right.
Floated out into left center. Good at bat for Mark Ellis. I see that a lot. A guy keeps fighting off 2-strike pitches and just waits for that one mistake. I don't even know if it was a mistake. He didn't hit it that hard, but he's up with a leadoff single.
I don't know if there's any way to quantify this, Len, but I've always felt that the more pitches you see in an at-bat, your chances of getting a base hit go up, even though you have 2 strikes. You see everything that pitcher has to offer. You see his release point and his arm angle. You see the spin on the baseball, and it just seems like the more pitches you see in an at-bat, the better chances of ultimately hitting the ball hard and getting a base hit.
Blocked by Castillo on a curveball to Ethier. On the hands of Ethier, and he fights it off foul.
I think part of that is probably the kind of hitter you are too. Mark Ellis, one of those guys that shortens up a little bit with 2 strikes, thus a .275 batting average with 2 strikes. Other guys, your middle of the lineup boppers might not shorten up quite so much with 2 strikes. They're still trying to hit the ball a long way and maybe a little more susceptible, but Mark Ellis, a real good 2-strike hitter.
And he takes off on the 1-1, and Castillo had to reach across his body on that pitch. Ellis ended up picking a really good pitch to run on.
It looked like Castillo was going to try to fire from his knees because Ellis had a huge jump over there at first base, and in the exchange between the glove and the bare hand, it just popped away from Wellington Castillo. Ellis in safely at second base with a steal.
Second steal of the series for Mark Ellis. Speaking of Castillo, saw him working with the Cubs catching coach Mike Borzello, who was throwing him pitches from about 40 to 45 feet away on flat ground in left field, and Wellington had a really tiny mitt. This was before he warmed up with Travis Wood.
Yeah, very undersized catcher's mitt, and also Mike Borzello was throwing at different angles, moving to his right and to his left. Just kind of reinforcing some of the things they worked on going all the way back to spring training about receiving pitches and framing pitches and having soft hands. And when you use that little tiny catcher's mitt that they were using for that particular drill, you have to have soft hands. Otherwise, the ball will pop right out. Not to mention the fact that when you put on your normal game glove, it feels like a bushel basket.
Called strike 3. Now, before that strikeout, with Ellis stealing second, you see the Dodgers' chances of scoring went from 40 to 60%. And now they go down to 38.9 if you move it that box just to the right with 1 out. And we dance around that matrix. It's risk management. It was what it is.
Basically, yeah.
You know, and that's why. A lot of talk about stolen bases, and you mentioned a percentage earlier of Adam Kennedy, about 75% in his career. That's good. I don't think it's really how many bases you steal as a team, but it's rather what the percentage is. That's why the Phillies always do a good job. They lead the majors every year at stolen base percentage. That makes it a good play. They're 80 to 85% every year.
I think when we were just in Philadelphia on that last trip, they had 3 or 4 regulars in the lineup that had yet to have a caught stealing. Now maybe they were only 4 or 5 stolen bases, but they had not been caught stealing.
And in Tony Campana's defense, when he was thrown out at third base, he's only been caught just a small handful of times in his big league career. He's been very, very good in terms of the stolen base percentage. It's been a fairly risk-free play for Tony. He's now 31 out of 35 in his career. That's deep to left. Juan Rivera gone. First row of the bleachers, a 2-run homer. Got into a hitter's count. And he picks up his 2nd homer of the year. Career homer 125 for the veteran.
For those big, strong guys, Len, you can fool them a little bit. Travis Wood throws a changeup at 80. But Juan Rivera is able to extend his swing. Buggy whipped that ball back to left field and just does tuck it into the bleachers in left field for a 2-run bomb.
The Cubs had been very good keeping the ball in the ballpark. They had allowed a major league low 5 home runs going back to April 19th. But Rivera gets Wood here, and it's 3-0. We welcome back those viewers watching on WGN locally. We had a weather update. Juan Rivera just hit a 2-run homer off Travis Wood, who's going to retire Adam Kennedy 1-3. As we near 5 o'clock here locally, dinner time.
Yeah, Birds pretty much had a free run of the field most of the afternoon as the rain was falling and the tarp was on the field here at Wrigley.
Give us a couple hours here, will you? Big swing by Loney. Just got a piece of it. 1-1. In case you missed it, here's Juan Rivera's home run against Travis Wood.
Good hitters count, even though he was fooled a little bit on the pitch. As I mentioned, big, strong guys, when you allow them to extend their arms like that, they can hit the ball a long way.
Because of our late start after a long rain delay, a lot of games around the big leagues have already gone final. R.A. Dickey had a shutout into the 9th inning as the Mets beat Arizona today 3-1. He improves to 4-1 on the year. Wrigleyville Rooftops has premier seating for up to 200 guests for corporate gatherings, family reunions, and bachelor or bachelorette parties. Individual and group tickets are available for all games. For more details, go to WrigleyvilleRooftops.com or call 773-248-ROOF. Cincinnati shut out the Pirates 5-0. Matt Latos over Charlie Morton. Drew Stubbs and Todd Frazier homered for the Reds. Pirates had just 3 hits off 4 Reds pitchers. Cardinals won today 8-1 in Houston, snapping a 3-game skid and ending the Astros 5-game winning streak. Adam Wainwright got his 2nd win, supported by an Alan Craig and 2 Tyler Green home runs. Inside, 3-2. Castro backpedaling. Campana is there, but it'll be Starlin to make the catch. And the inning is over. Juan Rivera with a 2-run blast, and it's 3-0 LA. conduct the 7th inning stretch today, but because of the rain, has some travel coming up. Gary, we have to sing it now. So,
oh, no, sorry.
Fans are going to be really disappointed, but we appreciate you stopping by before heading off, and always good to see you here at Wrigley Field.
I love coming. Glad to be back.
Up near our booth. In town, you had a show with the Lieutenant Dan Band on Friday night. We're at Joe's on Ween. I heard it was a great night.
Great show. We raised some money for the United States Veterans Arts Program. We had a show last night at Steppenwolf, and we're going to be back to Rock for the Troops, a big concert that we do in Wheaton July 21st. RockinForTheTroops.org. You can get tickets, and it's a big show to support the troops out there.
Well, that's great. Well, we always enjoy having you here at Wrigley Field, and we've talked to you in L.A. at Dodger Stadium as well. And you're a big baseball fan. And we're lucky to get this one in today after a long delay as Deke Gordon just gets Wellington Castillo as Loney able to dig it out at first base. So the other question is, CSI, is it coming back?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think we have our season finale next Friday night, and then we'll probably find out the following Tuesday or Wednesday whether we're coming back or not.
You've been doing it now how many years?
8 seasons.
8 seasons. That's a wonderful run.
This is the end of our 8th season next Friday night, so we're hoping a lot of people tune in, and then we'll find out the following week.
Travis Wood with a fair ball past Kennedy and into the left field corner. The Cubs pitcher trying to get his team back into the game. He's batting 1,000 this year.
He had a couple of hits, including a homer down in AAA Iowa earlier this season. Travis Wood knows his way around the batter's box. Picks on a high fastball, puts it right down that third baseline for a 1-out double. He's a real good athlete, Len. I think, if Travis Wood does stick around this season, he'd be a guy that Dale Swain might think about using as a pinch runner or a pinch hitter if he gets jammed up late in the ball game.
Now here's David DeJesus. Curveball misses way high. Last time I think we talked, Gary, we mentioned the World War II in HD that you narrated from a few years ago. Just an amazing miniseries. Have you done any more voiceovers for any military docs lately? You have such a great voice. I hear that voice. It's a very comfortable listen.
We had there was something on the military channel recently called Missions That Changed the War. Great series about aviation and different aviation missions that affected the war, and that was a great series. And recently they replayed something called When We Left Earth. It's the history of NASA. It's really a terrific program. So I've had a chance to do some wonderful things.
Well, you're a natural.
Thank you.
3-0 on DeJesus. Cubs trail early here, 3-0. 2-run homer by Rivera in the second. And there's ball 4, so the tying run will come to the plate. I want to mention the foundation again. We certainly encourage people to go there. GarySiniseFoundation.org. Gary, tell us just how you got into these great causes for the wonderful people of the military.
Oh, I have military in my family, and on my wife's side of the family, I have Vietnam veterans, and I think I was motivated by a lot by what happened to our Vietnam veterans when they came home from war, and they were treated very badly, and we just want to make sure that never happens again. So I'm very busy and active. My foundation is supporting a lot of programs for wounded warriors and Gold Star families. If you go to GarySiniseFoundation.org, you can learn a bit more about what we're doing. One of the programs we got going right now is building specially designed homes for very severely wounded warriors. It's a great program.
Foul tip, strike 2 on Campana.
I think awareness is a big part when you're trying to solve any problems in this world, and by you lending your name, it got other people involved as well. The awareness improved, and certainly we owe a great debt of gratitude to all the men and women who have served our country so bravely over the years, and you're to be commended as well, Gary.
Well, thank you very much. I've met extraordinary people in the military, and know so many wonderful veterans who have served our country, and I always live at our foundation. We live by that quote by Calvin Coolidge: "The nation which forgets its defenders will itself be forgotten." And we just can't forget those who serve and defend our country. So we go out there and do what we can.
Campana down 0-2. And the curveball just missed that outside corner. 1-2 with Castro on deck. I have an idea. Why don't you want to just record the 7th inning stretch? We'll get Gary Pressey involved, and then we'll replay it. We'll have a hologram of you here in the booth. Not that we don't like singing the stretch, but it's a little terrifying, as you know. You're such a natural.
You do the 4th inning stretch.
There you go. Yeah.
Just make it a little early.
We've been here for 3.5 hours.
I'll come back this summer and we'll do it again.
Absolutely.
That's a deal. Always welcome.
Just missed.
I think last year when I was here and I did it, I had a group of wounded warriors with me over in one of these boxes over there, and it was a nice military appreciation sort of event that I got to participate in.
And a ground ball to the right side. Ellis will take the short toss and just got Campana. That's how fast Tony Campana is. He almost beat it out.
He is fast.
So 2 down, and 2nd and 3rd, and it's Starlin Castro. Base open, but I think Aaron Harang wants to face Brian LaHare where the base is loaded.
Brian LaHare got a real good look at Aaron Harang the first go-round before drawing that base on ball. So I got to believe he's going to pitch carefully, but he's going to go right after Castro.
Now, one of the great moments here at Wrigley Field the last few years, Gary, the living Medal of Honor winners. I want to say, like, of the 100, there were about 85 to 90 of them here at Wrigley Field. It was a very touching day at the ballpark as they all gathered in Chicago.
There were probably about 50 there. That was a convention, the national convention, right, for the Medal of Honor recipients. I was the MC of the Saturday night event that year. And that was one of the biggest assemblies of the living Medal of Honor recipients that we've had. I'm on the Medal of Honor Foundation board. And I got to tell you, the stories and the bravery and the courage and the sacrifice and just the exceptional character of these individuals is really something to be around. And I'm privileged. We co-host a Medal of Honor event out at the Reagan Library in Simi Valley, California, every year. We've done it 5 years in a row, and each year we have probably 40 recipients there. And at the national convention that year when they were here, it was probably about 55 that year. That's a lot to attend one event.
And a base hit.
There we go.
Into center, the Cubs are going to get 2. Starlin Castro on his way to second. And he's out there, but the runs will count. So the Cubs back to within a run. And again, go to the GarySineseFoundation.org to find out more about what we've been talking about today. Gary, safe travels. We'll see you later this summer.
Thanks so much, guys.
by, and the Cubs scored twice while we were chatting with him on Starlin Castro 2-run single. He was thrown out 2-4 to end that inning. The Cubs back within 1.
Boy, that was a haircut single that time too, right back through the box, right back where it came from. Fortunately, Aaron Harang wasn't in front of that one. Woo! Ball was smoked back up the middle of the field, hit so hard I didn't know if David DeJesus would have a chance to score, but the throw is far enough up the first base side that DeJesus scores easily, and the Dodgers do retire Castro, trying to get himself into scoring position with 2 outs.
Bottom 3 now for the Dodgers, starting with A.J. Ellis, and he takes ball 1. Hard hit ground ball. Cleanly fielded by Joe Mather, and he gets the out. Time now to take a look at our AT&T Uverse replay. Magic Johnson and the new owners of the Los Angeles Dodgers on Wednesday being introduced. See what's possible with AT&T Uverse high-speed internet. AT&T rethink possible. Tommy Lasorda been with the Dodgers now, I think, 63 years. And again, they'll have their first home game since they bought the club from Frank McCourt tomorrow night. As the Giants come in. One to Tony Gwynn. Bouncer to Darwin Barney.
Hey, you mentioned Tommy Lasorda. We saw his picture there with the new ownership group of the Dodgers, and yesterday was a This Day in Baseball History featuring Tommy Lasorda. Back in 1955, he was a rookie, a left-handed pitcher, made his first major league appearance and tied a record by throwing 3 wild pitches in the first inning.
Campana makes a catch. You took a little extra pride in that story, didn't you?
Former Giant, you know me.
doubled and scored in the 3rd inning as he makes his Cubs debut. Brian LaHair will lead off for the 2nd time. He walked in the 2nd. Not a bad leadoff option in terms of his on-base percentage.
Also not a bad option to take a pitcher deep who is prone to giving up the long ball. Aaron Harang had to be ecstatic to get out of Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. Go down to Petco Park in San Diego.
He had a really good year last year. Led the Padres with 14 wins and had the best ERA of his career at 3.64. Well, he had an interesting stretch, didn't he? About 6 years ago, starting in 2006, he went 16-11 with the Reds, 16-6, and then followed that up by going 6-17 and 6-14. Two, the count on the Cubs leadoff man this inning, Brian LaHair. 3-2 Dodgers. And that one lined foul out of play. And deep to left, and it will drop just fair. And LaHair has a leadoff double.
Probably actually went out of the strike zone that time, but able to tomahawk that high fastball down into the left field corner. That's one of the most impressive things, other than his patience and his eye at the plate. Brian LaHair doesn't care where he hits the ball. Foul line to foul line with authority. That one just inside the stripe down in that left field corner.
Now here's Soriano. Harang steps off. Aaron Harang in his 2nd start this season, and it was against the Padres. Did something no Dodger pitcher had ever done previously. Struck out 9 consecutive guys. Johnny Padres had the franchise record 8 in a row back in 1962. So you could say he broke Padres' record against the Padres.
How about that?
Yeah, that's not bad. 13 Ks that night.
Obviously right on top of his game, hitting his spots extremely well, because I mentioned at the top of the show, and if you look at his career numbers, Aaron Harang has always been a guy that gives up around a hit an inning, sometimes a little more than a hit an inning. Doesn't really attempt to miss a lot of bats. He'd like to see some early contact and get some quick outs. He hasn't done much of that this year, though, averaging over 18 pitches per inning. On those given nights when a pitcher's feeling it, and we've seen Matt Garza do it in his time here with the Cubs. We've seen Ryan Dempster do it on occasion with the Cubs. And when you're feeling it, you're throwing that ball wherever you want, whenever you want. You can rack up some big strikeouts.
Ethier comes in. LaHair cannot advance.
Favorite time of the day, Len. Time for our Xfinity catcher profile. And we're going to profile Sandy Martinez today, not for protecting home because nobody got close to it, but for catching Kerry Wood's 20 strikeout game on this day back in 1998. Had a really nice career, played with a bunch of different ball clubs, threw out 33% of runners attempting to steal in his career, but will be known forever as the guy who was behind the dish for Kerry Wood. Xfinity Home. Xfinity Home offers state-of-the-art features that help you stay connected to your home and family anytime, anywhere.
Low on Joe Mather. And I think every kid gets a ball from a WGN cameraman, Bob Albrecht, saying, I want that young guy to have it. Mather pops it up on the infield. Left side, D. Gordon. 2 away.
Cubs looking for one of those 2-out base hits we were talking about earlier in the game. Not easy to come by, but time for one right now from Darwin Barney.
He has been struggling, but he did hit the ball hard his first time up, lining out to Loney. 1 strike. Bounce to third. Kennedy will get him. Cubs waste a leadoff double, still trail by a run. Bank, the Curious Bank, member FDIC. The lights have been on all day. Well, around 12:20. If you just drop somebody into this ballpark and didn't give them a watch or a clock to look at, you'd say, oh, it's about 7:30 p.m. Skies darkened and it rained for quite some time. We had a 2-hour, 41-minute rain delay, but we've been dry since. Cool and breezy. As Gordon bunts foul. 0-2. Indians beat Yu Darvish today. He suffers his first big league loss. 4-2 Cleveland the final. And he dropped to 4-1 with the loss. Ubaldo Jimenez got the win. 7 shutout innings. First place Cleveland Indians.
Rolls right off your tongue, doesn't it?
I remember they got off to such a great start last year before fading. the ground toward right, and it's cut off by Barney, and he'll get Gordon. Tigers beat the White Sox 3-1. Rick Porcello over Dylan Axelrod in that one. Adam Dunn did homer for the White Sox, his 9th. Hit the game winner yesterday. Austin Jackson, Andy Dirks, and Prince Fielder went deep for Detroit. If you do the math, they were all solo home runs. 3-1 the final. All the runs on homers. By the way, Jerry Hairston Jr., who had to leave the game in the second inning, it was due to a strained left hamstring. Replaced by Adam Kennedy.
Well, we talked about Jerry Hairston and his versatility. A nice guy to have on a team. Can play outfield, can play anywhere on the infield. He continues to run well. A good year swinging the bat this season. He's a very valuable guy for Don Mattingly. Donnie baseball. Wicked he hit. Man.
Won the batting title in the American League in 1984. Was the MVP the next year. Hit .307 in his career. All with the Yankees, 14 seasons. 9 Gold Gloves. From Evansville, Indiana, Don Mattingly. Ellis pops down the left field line. Castro just can't get it, as he had to scale over the bullpen mound.
That might be the toughest single play in Wrigley Field for a shortstop on the third base side and for a second baseman on the first base side. Getting over near that mound, you don't want to take your eye off the ball as you approach that area, but you know that mound is sneaking up on you. Starling got one last peek, and you may have noticed that big long step that he took with his left foot. He knew he was getting close to the mound. He wanted to make sure he had his feet planted underneath him as he got to that area.
Quite as difficult. Tells Barney, I'm going to take this one. I ran for the last one. I'm taking this one.
Time to take a look at today's Illinois Lottery Anything's Possible moment. We go back to May 4th, 1960. The Cubs made a trade with WGN. Lou Boudreau, they plucked him right out of the broadcast booth to replace Charlie Grimm as the manager. And Charlie Grimm moved up to the booth to take Lou's chair behind the mic. Cubs won that ball game 5-1 over the Pirates. Dick Ellsworth with his first major league victory.
And with that, Ethier makes a quick out on one pitch, and the inning is over. 3-2 Dodgers. Curious Bank, member FDIC. Eight, 9-1 for the Cubs. Starting with catcher Wellington Castillo. Got back-to-back starts when he was brought up from AAA Iowa to replace Steve Clevenger on the active roster, and this is his first start since. That was last weekend when he came up. He hits a ground ball to Kennedy. Got a nice hop at the end. Call that a candy hop or a Sunday hop?
Sunday hop on a Sunday afternoon.
That's the kind of hop where you sit up here and you go, man, that'd be fun to play third today. And then you get the short hop and you go, I wouldn't want any part of that.
No, you get that one right off the lip of the grass.
And Travis Wood, 2 for 2.
Just got to get some guys on base ahead of Travis Wood, apparently. First at bat, hit a bullet double down into the left field corner. This time just a little soft floater on a pitch that was out of the strike zone away, but shows good plate coverage. Massages it out there into right field for a base hit.
Came in a career 134 batter, but with a home run in each of his first 2 big league seasons. Was a lot better 2 years ago when he hit 189. And he's 2 for 2 to start this season.
I'm sure David DeJesus appreciates it. Being a left-handed hitter facing a right-handed pitcher gives him a little bit bigger hole on the right side of the infield to possibly shoot for. We'll see with Loney holding on Travis Wood over there. Mark Ellis playing at double play depth, a little bit closer to the bag at second. David DeJesus has a lot of real estate on that side of the field. Of course, David is not strictly a pull hitter, but it might change your thinking as you get into that batter's box. Where is the defense weak right now? Well, they're weak on the right side because we have a runner over there. If I get a pitch from the middle of the plate in, I'm going to try to roll over and hit a ground ball to that side.
There's a strike.
And with that in mind, Aaron Harang is going to try to throw something from the middle of the plate away and force David DeJesus to hit it to the left side where he's got 2 defenders covering that ground.
Out into center, and it'll drop down in front of Tony Gwynn. Wood read that nicely and easily gets to second. Back-to-back one-out singles. Cubs trail 3-2 here in the 5th. Here's Campana, corner man in. Shows bunt and looks at a strike. Took that one off the outside edge. Did not show bunt that time. 1-1. And he pulls it foul behind first base coach Dave McKay.
I'm wondering how many stopwatches over the course of his coaching career Dave McKay has worn out. He times
a long time.
Every delivery to home plate with a runner on base, Dave McKay's got a stopwatch on that opposing pitcher.
Back to Harang, and he's only going to get one. That's Campana. Harang had options there, third, second, or first, and he decided to get Campana at first.
Yeah, it looked like Harang may not have had a good grip on that ball. Not sure what the problem was. The shortstop, D. Gordon, was a little bit slow getting to the bag, but I think he just didn't have a good grip on the baseball. And with Tony Campana's speed, he almost waited too long to get the so-called sure out at first.
And Rick Honeycutt, the pitching coach, will head out to the mound.
The third annual Wrigley Field Fantasy Camp is back and offers a great Father's Day experience. On June 17th, you and a guest will watch the Cubs take on the Red Sox from a luxury suite. On June 18th, spend the afternoon playing with Cubs legends and celebrities and lead your team to the championship game under the lights. Sign up today at Cubs.com/fantasy camp or call 773-388-8270. Last time Starlin Castro made his way to the plate with runners at second, third, and 2 outs, he lined a single, parted Aaron Harang's hair as that ball whistled by into center field. Rick Honeycutt just wanted to make sure his right-hander knows exactly what he wants to do this time. Oof.
I think your eyes lit up on that pitch, as did Starlin Castro's. He had a good rip at it, good look at it.
Right across the top of the strike zone, you can see where Ellis was set up. They wanted that pitch low and away. It strayed up and over the heart of the plate. Good rip that time. Fouled it straight back.
Well, Harang getting that out at first and not at another base. Now a single can put him behind in this game with 2 in scoring position. Pitcher's strike. Starlin didn't want that one anyway. 1-2.
That's the same pitch as the one before. The number 3 is going to be right on top of the number 2.
Well, I guess if there are 50-50 calls, you get one, you don't get the other, right?
I guess.
And a foul tip, strike 3. So Harang has worked out of a couple of jams the last 2 innings and still leads by a run. Game, and today we recognize Bob Jazz Chevrolet for its support of Elburn baseball and softball. Bob Jazz Chevy and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana dealers are supporting over 30,000 young ball players in their communities through the Chevy Youth Baseball Program. These local Chevy dealers provide leagues with equipment kits, instructional clinics, and financial support. From the big leagues to the youth leagues, Chevy is truly the official vehicle of baseball. Cubs have had chances, but still trail by a run 3-2 as Travis Wood gets into the 6th. And the guy who homered off him in the 3rd, Juan Rivera, will start it. Back-to-back lefties after Rivera and Kennedy and Loney. A backdoor curveball missed low and outside. Orioles and Red Sox are tied at 6 in the bottom of the 14th at Fenway Park. The Orioles are trying to earn a sweep in that series. On one bounce, Darwin Barney perfectly positioned.
The Cubs are proud to present the first ever social media night at Wrigley Field on Wednesday, May 16th against the Phillies. Your Budweiser bleacher ticket includes a gift bag with a pack of social media baseball cards, often including a player autograph, and a pregame panel featuring Chicago Bears kicker Robbie Gould. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com/special events.
Kennedy takes ball 1. In that game in Boston, Chris Davis, DH for the Orioles, having a really good start. He's still hitting .305. That's the good news for him. The bad news is he's 0 for 6 today with 5 strikeouts and a double play.
Whoa, that's a good team player.
Somebody's got to make the outs.
Got that right. The game would go on forever if somebody wasn't willing to make the outs.
What a trip the Orioles have had. They won 2 of 3 at Yankee Stadium, and they're going to do at least that in Boston, if not sweep that series. They go home, they play Texas, Tampa Bay, and the Yankees. So it's not as if their schedule gets any easier. Be on WCIU tomorrow night. And that man will be on the mound, Jeff Samardzija. He'll face righty Tommy Hanson. The Braves called strike 3. And let's look at our forward upcoming Cubs schedule. On the U tomorrow night at 7, Braves and Cubs. Back here on WGN Tuesday night at 7. And the Cubs wrap up the homestand on Wednesday afternoon. Ford, manufacturers of more fuel-efficient vehicles than any other brand. Check them out at your local Ford store or online at localfordstores.com. Since the Rivera home run, 10 straight Dodgers have been retired by Travis Wood.
Hey, Len, a real neat story in that Baltimore-Boston game you're talking about. Rule 5 pick playing for the Orioles from the Cubs, Ryan Flaherty. Got the start in left field today, playing in front of about 30 family members that he left tickets for that ball game. Had his 7th start of the year in left field at Fenway Park, the ballpark he grew up watching when he was a kid.
Yeah, that's great. He's 1 for 5 in that game. Wood with a 1-2-3-6, 3-2 Dodgers. Brian LaHare will play leadoff man again. And this is an interesting conversation, Bob, when you talk about getting that leadoff guy on and whether or not you want to give up an out and get him to second base. You see, expected to score .84 runs. That's going back to 2010 league wide with a leadoff man on. When that guy gets to second with one out, it goes down to 0.662 runs. Now the chance of scoring a run, 40.2% with a leadoff man on. You see on that right side. If you bunt the guy to second, it actually goes down to 38.9%. So that has to make a manager at least think about, is bunting this guy into scoring position, 2 shots at scoring him from second versus 3 shots getting him in from first. Is that something I want to do?
I think that's where a manager's experience and knowing your own roster, knowing your opposing pitcher that particular day,
and the personnel coming up in that inning.
Absolutely.
Sure.
You're probably not going to bunt the guy into scoring position for the number 8 and 9 spot in the lineup, but you've got a guy that's been struggling, hasn't really helped your offense much recently, but he's an adept bunter, and you're pretty sure he can get the bunt down and move that guy to second base for somebody who is swinging the bat well behind him. Well, then maybe you go against the small percentage gain and go ahead and put down the sac bunt.
And again, it's so minuscule, the difference. But I think it's worth pointing out, as LaHare pulled it too much foul. Forgetting the minuscule math, at least acknowledging that statistically it's about a wash.
Yeah.
So the data is what it is. And just bunting a guy to second does not statistically give you a better chance in a vacuum of getting a run. Pretty interesting. 3-2 on the way. Tomahawked into left. And Brian LaHare has been on all 3 times. Now we bring up that question here, but it's really moot, right? Because Alfonso Soriano, who's not a guy you would expect to lay down a bunt, is at the plate.
Yep. Yeah, there's sometimes you don't even have to think about it. Just because of the personnel who are involved, the next guy up is going to swing the bat. That's all there is to it.
Now, we scripted it that way. We told Brian LaHare in the bottom of the 6th we're going to do this comparison, so you need to get on base.
Well, we picked the right guy. Because Brian LaHare's been up to the plate 3 times today. He's been on base all 3 times.
Well, this really fits into a lot of the defensive shifting that has gone on around baseball. In this regard, a lot of times in the past, you just bunt that guy up just because that's what everybody did. And in terms of positioning, most teams played straight up because everybody else did. But you're seeing a lot of teams now overshift because of what the data tells them. Drop by Kennedy, still going to have time to get Soriano at first. It kind of played like a sac bunt as LaHare's at second with 1 out.
Time now to take a look at our BMW in-game box score. A lot of crooked numbers after Brian LaHare's name. Top of that order has been very busy from Soriano down. Not a whole lot until you get to the 9 spot. Travis Wood, the pitcher. For a limited time, get incredible lease deals on the 2011 BMW 3 Series. Visit ChicagolandBMW.com for more information.
So 2 shots at it here. Mather, Barney. Possibly Castile, we'll see. Ground ball to third. LaHare with a good read there as Kennedy fielded it. Nobody covering the bag, so he kind of ran right in front of him. He's there with 2 outs.
It was pretty good base running by Brian LaHare. Not guy that's not normally very adventurous on the bases, but if you know where the defense is positioned, he was able to gain 90 feet, which becomes significant if Aaron Harang would happen to throw a ball in the dirt. Kennedy had to move a couple of steps to his left to make the play and was already playing very deep, so LaHare thought he had a chance to pass by in front and advance on to third base with 2 outs.
And high to Darwin Barney. They've gone to the 15th at Fenway, 6-6. Josh Lindblom is up for the Dodgers. Inside. Oakland beat Tampa Bay 9-5. Tommy Malone over Matt Moore. Inge, new member of the A's, with a home run today. It was a 3-run homer. Full count, 3-2 with Castillo on deck. Bounced down in front of home plate for ball 4. Yankees clobbered the Royals 10-4 the final. Let's see, A-Rod homered in that game. Number 634 of his career. Ellis out to talk it over with Harang. Sean Camp up in the bullpen. Talked about the short bench, the way Travis Wood is swinging the bat. Even if Castillo walks and Dale Swaim's thinking about taking Wood out of the game, I still think he's going to hit.
Yeah, we saw it happen a lot in the past with Carlos Zambrano. If you've got a pitcher who's swinging the bat well and your bench is a little nicked up, although you see Ian Stewart right there with a helmet and a bat, it's not out of the question to let that pitcher hit for himself and then bring in a reliever.
Missed again, 2-0. There you go, first and third, 2 outs. The biggest drops are between the outs, not the bases. That's why you try to preserve those precious outs as much as you can.
Been a nice patient at bat for Wellington Castillo, a guy who is normally not the most patient hitter. He likes to swing that bat, especially with runners on base.
Ian Stewart has life. Tell you, I wonder if the 2-hour 41-minute rain delay allowed him to get in uniform, and here he is in the on-deck circle. He was in rough shape earlier today.
Yeah, I saw him in the training room this morning, and he was not looking too good.
3-1 pitch, hard hit ground ball. Gordon boots it, picks it up, and gets it. He recovered in time because Castillo hit it so hard. Still 3-2. With girls, that's in honor of Adam Yauch, known as MCA, founding member of the Beastie Boys, who passed away earlier this week. That's our Bud Fan Cam, brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Sean Camp is in. Travis Wood finished strong today. 3 consecutive 1-2-3 innings to end his afternoon and keep the Cubs in this one.
Couple of walks that hurt him back in the second inning after the leadoff single by Jerry Hairston Jr. when he blew out his hammy running down the first baseline. A walk to the 7-hitter, a walk to the 8-hitter, and then Aaron Harang with an RBI ground out.
Swing and a miss.
And you think back to the home run by Juan Rivera. Wasn't a bad pitch. A change up on a 2-0 count, out over the plate and down, and Rivera just muscled it out of here to left field. So all in all, a real solid outing for Travis Wood.
Getting near that time, partner. 7th inning stretch, and we are filling in today. I guess Gary Sinise, like Matt Kemp, scratched.
Yeah. Pinch hitting for Gary Sinise. Wow.
Mentioned Gary Pressey earlier. Plays the Wrigley Field organ, and he's been pounding away for about 6 hours or so today. Going to give him some love.
Absolutely. Gary's going to have to ice his fingers tonight after this one. He worked hard today.
Cubs are going to welcome in a hot Atlanta Braves team. They just swept the Rockies 7-2 today. They scored 29 runs in the 3-game series. Just outside. 2-2. There's Matt Kemp. He will hit for Harang.
Now, we speculated that Don Mattingly would find a spot to drop Matt Kemp into this game somewhere.
3-1. 2 down. One for 7 with a triple and 2 knocked in the series. And has scored a run. This game will be in the hands of the bullpens the rest of the way. What you thought of the starting pitchers today. Thought Aaron Harang made big pitches when he had to, but in the overall, Travis Wood really good.
I thought he was really good today. As I mentioned during the course of the telecast, it looked like he had a little more velocity on his fastball. He did walk 3 batters, but for the most part his command was much better than we saw in the Cactus League.
Difference in the game is a 2-run homer by Juan Rivera. 3-0 on Kemp. swinging away and fouling off, and he broke his bat. Just aren't many five-tool guys around anymore, and he is absolutely one of those guys.
Yes, he is. Although not the same hitter coming off the bench cold in the 7th inning that he would be as a starting player. He got a 3-0 pitch right there. Obviously had the green light from Don Mattingly. Got jammed and broke his bat. Guarantee you, if he had been in the lineup at the start of this ball game and had the same luxury of swinging away 3-0, he wouldn't have broken his bat and fouled it off. Like a lot of guys who are regular players, he is a real adept at this pinch hitting stuff, although he does have a couple of bombs off the bench.
Keeps his consecutive games played streak alive. A high fly ball out to right. It'll be caught by De Jesus. 392nd consecutive game now for Matt Kemp. Stretch time. Here we go.
For Take Me Out to the Ball Game, Cubs television broadcast team Len Casper and Bob Brenly.
All right! Sing it loud, make Harry proud!
A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball. Let's get some runs. Underway here in the bottom of the 7th. Reed Johnson pinch hitting for Sean Camp. Josh Lindblom came to Wrigley Field as a youngster. Tweeted on Friday, awesome feeling walking into Wrigley Field after coming here as a kid and watching games. Dreams do come true. Purdue product from Lafayette, Indiana. Didn't have to go far away to college, although he did go to Tennessee before Purdue. 3-0. Nice job, partner, with the stretch. You get everybody fired up. I like it.
Just yell and scream at them. Make sure they're wide awake. Once again, we apologize to the dog owners in the Wrigleyville neighborhood.
Yes. Ball 4, a leadoff walk. Tying run is on base. Time now for our Honda game summary. Juan Rivera with a 2-run homer. That's been the difference. That made it 3-0. Starlin Castro later with a 2-run single. Travis Wood with 2 hits. And Brian LaHare's been on all 3 times. Visit your local Chicagoland Honda dealer today and test drive a 2012 Honda Accord. Johnson takes off, hit and run. Fly ball out into right center. Ethier makes the catch. Johnson able to see it, fortunately, and get back to first. He was already almost all the way to second base. And a nice play by Andre Ethier out in right. He won the Gold Glove last year.
Right, fortunately for Reed Johnson and the Cubs, Andre Ethier really had to extend to make this catch. You see, Reed almost stumbled and fell near second base. But because Ethier had to extend and reach down near shoe level to catch that ball, he couldn't gather himself and get turned around in time to throw back to first base.
Now Campana, who asks for time and gets it. Lindblom looked it in and just got him. He had a little trouble getting a handle on that ball, and Campana almost beat it out.
It doesn't take much to create an opportunity for Tony Campana to leg one out. That time just the slightest bobble by Lindblom made it a close play at first. Needs to get that ball a little bit further down the first baseline and a little bit harder. Ideally, you get it past the pitcher to create confusion on that right side of the infield.
Not sure if he was given a sacrifice or not. He did put the tying run at second. There are 2 outs. Castro with a 2-run single and has struck out the other 2 times. Campana did get a sacrifice. Certainly, I'm fine with Campana not having an out charged on his record, but he's bunting for a hit there. I guess keeping with the theme of the day with the run charts and everything, I don't think he's trying to make an out there. No. He was trying to get on base. Castro went. Call was made by Jeff Kellogg from behind the plate. 0-1.
Not sure what the charts would say, but I'd have to believe with a runner at second base and Castro and possibly LaHare coming to the plate, this is probably the best chance the Cubs are going to have to tie this game.
Let's take a look at the Nissan drive of the game. Starlin Castro with a comebacker, knocking in 2 and getting the Cubs within a run. That was way back in the 3rd inning. We're in the 7th, still at 3-2. Get to a Nissan dealer for great deals on innovation. You can count on innovation for all. Called strike. Well, the other thing to note on these charts, you know, a runner at second, 2 outs versus a runners at first and second, 2 outs, isn't a whole lot of difference because there are 2 outs. So that gives a pitcher definite wiggle room in this spot. Although LaHare, as you mentioned, is on deck. Gordon went down to a knee to make sure he didn't bobble that ball, and he gets Castro to end the inning. Another leadoff man reaches, but does not score for the Cubs. And their mission is to provide a day of fun and fantasy during the holiday season for Chicago families battling emotional as well as financial stress of dealing with a life-threatening or terminal illness of one or more of their children. And over 200 of that group were here earlier, and I'm sure a few had to head home with the long rain delay, but great to have them here at the ballpark today. James Russell is in, facing D. Gordon, who fouls off. Still 3-2 Dodgers. We have gone to the 8th. All the runs came in the first 3 innings. Russell has not had a chance to save a game yet since Carlos Marmol was demoted. Rafael Dolis has one. That was on Friday. And Gordon held. I thought he went, but we'll find out.
I did too. No, pretty close.
Yeah.
Pretty close. Not as obvious as I thought initially.
Castro, kind of a do-or-die play with Gordon running. That's a base hit.
All you could do, Castro could not get there quickly enough to catch that ball in the air, so he just tried to swipe at first hop and hopefully throw on to first in time to get Gordon, but wasn't to be. That one sneaks through into center field for a base hit.
Russell and Castillo will have to deal with Gordon. Will almost undoubtedly will be on the move at some point this inning. Especially with his team up a run. They'll try to steal another one here. 1 strike on Mark Ellis. Popped into short right. Foul territory, and Darwin Barney with a nice catch. Gordon was tagging, but Barney got rid of it quickly and holds Gordon at first. Nicely done.
Real nice play. The only thing that made that a little bit easier than the one Starlin Castro had on the left side is Darwin Barney's running in that area between the mounds and home plate. Had a little more room to roam, and then very alertly gets rid of the ball quickly to second base. As you mentioned, D. Gordon was tagging. Good lesson for all young base runners out there. Anytime there's a ball in foul territory, tag up. Never know if that infielder might catch the ball and fall down. In his haste to wheel around, throw the ball. Ooh, picked off everybody over there that time.
Play by LaHare.
Gordon leaning the wrong way, but able to plant that right foot and dive back to the bag because the throw was wide to Brian LaHare at first base.
In that game at Fenway Park, Chris Davis, we mentioned the DH, he's now 0 for 7 with 5 strikeouts. He's not the DH anymore. He's pitching. They went 13 innings on Friday, so obviously the Orioles pitching staff's pretty thin. So thin that Chris Davis, for the first time in the big leagues, is pitching. And he's gotten a couple of outs. 6-6 in the bottom of the 16th inning.
That's what happens.
He deserves a win today, doesn't he?
When you go 0 for 7, they put you on the mound. Usually not in the same day, but yeah, maybe you'll get the win.
He struck out Jared Saltalamacchia to start the inning. He's the 9th Oriole pitcher in the game after Tommy Hunter went 4 1/3. They're on the phone to their AAA affiliate.
Yeah, I think so, probably.
Ground ball. Barney. Castro. LaHair. Double play. Ethier 0 for 4 today. Still 3-2.
The next series against the Braves starting tomorrow right here at Wrigley Field. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-THE-CUBS, or visit the Wrigley Field box office.
Young Cub fans, been a long day, hoping his team can come back here in the late innings. Kenley Jansen, a right-hander, is on as Brian LaHair. It's hard to believe, Bob. He has now led off 4 times. He's the Cubs cleanup man.
Playing the role of Ricky Henderson today.
This guy's a big-time strikeout pitcher. In fact, last year he broke Carlos Marmol's K-rate record from the year before. 16.1 strikeouts per 9 innings. Marmol was at 16 even. Last year, Jansen had 96 strikeouts in just 53 2/3 innings.
Wow.
That's something else.
He loves his fastball. So far this year, he's thrown the heater 95.3% of the time. Only 4% sliders and 0.7% curveballs. Now, he does have a pretty good slider. We saw him use it quite a bit last season, but feeling that fastball in the early going this year.
That riser, 2-2.
A little bit across his body, kind of a magician in the way he hides that ball behind his back and then slings it toward home plate in the low to mid 90s.
Base hit. Brian LaHair is 3 for 3 with a walk, all leading off an inning. 5 times the Cubs have put the leadoff man on base, and they previously to this inning had not scored a run in those innings.
Well, about time for the bottom of the order to come up and do something here, starting with Alfonso Soriano down to the 8th spot in the lineup. Nothing but a goose egg today. Darwin Barney did draw a walk in the 6th inning, but The rest of the lineup after Brian LaHare and before the pitcher is 0 for today.
Well, you said Jansen likes his fastball. Soriano likes fastballs. Chris Davis got through the 16th unscathed. So they've gone to the 17th at Fenway. Orioles and Red Sox tied at 6. And outfielder Darnell McDonald is now pitching for Boston. I have a feeling that game's going to end soon. This is his second career appearance. He had one last year. You know what'll happen now? Each team will score like 3 runs every inning, and they'll continue on. Been a while for Alfonso. This would be a good time for his first homer of the season. And his team trailing by a run in the 8th.
Fastball up.
It would pass him for strike 3.
Right in the middle of the plate.
Velocity matters, but I know you've talked in the past, you talk about that crossfire action there, about deception and just hiding the ball. And if you can hide it just a fraction of a second longer than another guy who throws a little harder, it feels like it's harder to a batter, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
You're late.
When you see that ball big out of a pitcher's hand, he gives you a real good look as he extends his arm out the back, brings it up above his throwing shoulder. If you can see the ball that entire time, got a much better chance of tracking it into that hitting zone and making good solid contact. But when the guy throws across his body and hides his arm behind his body as he strides toward home plate, you don't see that ball until it leaves his hand. Makes it appear a lot faster than it really is.
Well, Super Joe has come up with some big hits in limited duty in his first year as a Cub. Gets away up against the screen, and LaHare now at second.
I think that might have been a cross-up that time. Just by the way Ellis was holding his glove, I think he was expecting something other than a fastball, and to compound it, Jansen spiked that fastball in that right-handed batter's box all the way to the bricks.
Have just increased their chances of getting a run according to our matrix from 25.1 to 38.9%, moving that guy up 1 base here with 1 out. A 1-2 count on Joe Mather. Here's a pitch high in the air to left, but he got under it way too much, and it's Juan Rivera. 2 down. Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. Here's Darwin Barney with 2 outs. Cubs have out hit the Dodgers today 8-4, but they trail on the run board 3-2. It's because Rivera has the only home run. Swing and a miss. if he can get the ball in Javi Guerra's hands in the ninth with a lead. Guerra has gotten off to a slow start. One and two. It's Wellington Castillo on deck.
I'm not sure if it's by design or whether it's just an accidental byproduct of his delivery, but that fastball from Jansen always has a little bit of cutting movement to it. I'm not sure if he's trying to throw cut fastballs or just that natural delivery causes the ball to move in that direction.
And he strikes him out. 2 in the inning. After the leadoff single. We'll go to the ninth. 3-2 LA. Subscribe to MLB.tv today to see every Cubs out-of-market game live online and on your favorite devices in HD quality. Visit Cubs.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. Opportunities. The Cubs have had them today. Brian LaHare has led off an inning, getting on base 4 different times, and he has not scored a run. So it's Juan Rivera, the big home run back in the 3rd inning. And now he faces James Russell. That was off a lefty, Travis Wood. Rivera came in hitting .339 against lefties, .171 against righties. Happy 83rd birthday to Helen Brooks here at the ballpark, celebrating with our kids and grandkids. Happy 8th birthday to Weston Walker from Peoria, Illinois. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Happy 4th birthday to Tucker Speckman. Mom and Dad, Brooke and Ian, bringing Tucker here to Wrigley Field every May for his birthday. And it says here, Bob, P.S. Oh, yes, Grandma loves Len and Bob.
Can you blame her? She's only human. Well, we love Grandma, too.
Still 2-2. Adam Jones with a 3-run homer in the top of the 17th off Darnell McDonald to give the Orioles the lead. Chris Davis made the final out. He's 0 for 8 with 5 strikeouts. But he can get the win on the mound. He's still out there. The closer, Jim Johnson, already went 2 innings. So I think this is it. It's Chris Davis or bust for the Orioles. We'll keep you posted. J.J. Hardy is 5 for 8 in that game with 2 home runs. Up the middle, base hit. Leadoff single, Juan Rivera. Did you ever, now you did, right? I want to say you did use a position player to pitch in an extra innings game. I know you used Mark Grace in a blowout. Did you have to use a position player in that game against the Giants or no?
No.
You went 18 or 19?
Yeah, we had plenty of pitching for that one. Now, Steve Finley did pitch in another blowout game one time, but
you never ran out of pitchers, though.
No.
Okay. That's a bad feeling for a manager, I'm sure.
Only in the All-Star game.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Yeah. But so did Joe.
The last one that didn't count.
I didn't feel so bad.
Well, both managers, Buck Showalter and Bobby Valentine, ran out of pitchers today in Boston. Now, they were scheduled to start before we were scheduled to start, and I don't think they had rain today. So we started after a 2-hour 41-minute delay. They were playing the whole time, and they're still going. High fly ball, and Campana with a beat on it. He has it to retire Adam Kennedy. It will be Javi Guerra in the bottom of the 9th. The Cubs have Castillo, a pinch hitter, and DeJesus due up. Rivera runs, and now he tries to head back, and he's safe as the throw got away from Brian LaHare. Looked like a decent throw. I don't know if Brian took his eyes off the ball. Well, that was discombobulated. Maybe a broken hit and run, but Rivera took off and then all of a sudden put on the brakes.
The way Rivera's looking back to home, you have to assume that's a broken hit and run. Sure what happened there, why Brian missed that throw, whether it deflected off the helmet of Juan Rivera or he just missed it. But it was going to be an easy out at second base, so Rivera takes his chances getting back to first. The ball goes all the way over to the first base dugout. He ends up at second anyway.
Meanwhile, 1-0 on Loney. Make it 1-1. This has been a rarity, at least this year, that no wind at Wrigley Field. Very calm. Sharply hit grounder right to Darwin Barney. He'll get the out at first. Rivera at third with 2 gone. And it's A.J. Ellis, 0 for 2 with a walk. That bright round orange thing in the sky. It's our first look at it
haven't
today.
Seen much of it today. What else we haven't seen much of this year? A lot of Cub fans have been asking, what happened to Junior Lake after spring training? He suffered a neck injury right at the end of camp and has been working out down at extended spring. Played his first game for the AA Tennessee Smokies today, and so far a double and a triple in the ball game.
It's over in Boston. The Red Sox put the first 2 on with nobody out, tying run at the plate. Chris Davis got a strikeout and then a double play ball. I think that's going to go down as a game of the year to this point. Chris Davis went 0 for 8 as the DH/pitcher with 5 strikeouts, and he went 2 scoreless innings to win it.
I'll tell the reporters after the game, yeah, I took a little off and turned it over, tried to get a little sink to get that ground ball I was looking for.
Adrian Gonzalez went 0 for 8 for the Red Sox. Ooh. They went 16 for 63. The Orioles went 15 for 59. 2-2. Fans want a strikeout. Russell just trying to get an out. And give his team a chance down 1 in the bottom of the 9th. You have fans out in the bleachers chanting Soriano.
Nice stop that time by Wellington Castillo after the conference on the mound. That's a scary one for a catcher. When it hits that close to the batter's feet, you never know if it's going to take a true hop or not.
High drive to right, and DeJesus ends the inning. 2 scoreless innings for Russell. The bullpen did its job. 3-2 in the 9th. almost kind of hope the leadoff man doesn't get on it. For some reason, has not worked out. You know what, though? You play the percentages. Javi Guerra, in his second year as a Dodger closer, has had some issues. He's 8 out of 10, but he's given up 7 runs in just over 11 innings.
A lot of strikeouts, 14 punch-outs in 11 and a third, but he's also surrendered 14 base hits.
A true rookie last year, had no previous big league experience, and he saved 21 out of 23 with a 2.31 ERA and 47 appearances. And a strike on the catcher, Wellington Castillo, still looking for his first hit this season. Ian Stewart is on deck.
Good fastball in the mid-90s from Guerra. Also throws a slider, curve, and a change, although he rarely uses the slower off-speed pitch or the changeup.
Trying to save it for Aaron Harang. Swing and a miss, one away. So Ian Stewart not feeling great, but well enough to give the Cubs a pinch hit at bat here in the 9th inning. Starting to see a little light at the end of the tunnel in terms of results. They've been hitting the ball into some bad luck when he's hitting .353 over his last 5 games.
That's the difference between a pitcher that relies on that four-seam fastball, wanting to throw it across the top of the strike zone, as opposed to Rafael Dolis with his sinker, who wants to work it across the bottom of the zone. A lot of high fastballs from the Dodgers closer. Rare curveball that time.
2-1. Again, we want to thank the fine folks from Stats. Nolan McNair's run expectancy matrix and the percentage chance of scoring. Had some fun with that today. Outside 3-1. Minda, Megan Sheehan, Doug Stanton, and Mark Stencil from our WGN Sports crew, putting together all these great graphics today. Three-one pitch, and now full, 3-2. They live for another pitch swing. Tell you, when they're not 100% physically, they get more locked in mentally. Did you encounter that?
On occasion, because you don't think so much, you just react, and that's what all the repetition, all the batting practice that you do every day over and over and over the muscle memory. You just react to what you see. Your head hurts so bad you don't want to think about the next pitch. Just throw it. I'll see it and try to put it in play. A lot of fastballs away, away, away. The one pitch down and in was the one curveball we saw from the Dodgers closer.
And ripped into right. Tying run is on base.
Good battling at bat by a guy who is well under the weather. Finally got a fastball over the heart of the plate that he could pull and jerked it through that hole on the right side. James Loney was positioned very close to that first baseline, leaving a big hole on the right side, and Ian Stewart took advantage.
Now DeJesus was fouled out, walked and scored, singled, and lined out to right. Speaking of right field, Andre Ethier has his back right up against the warning track. Two and 0 to DeJesus.
And the Dodgers are obviously more concerned with the guy at the plate right now. The go-ahead potential winning run in this game. And when you play this no doubles defense, if you have an alert runner at first who's a good base runner, you can go first to third on a routine base hit to the outfield. Very easy against this particular alignment. And you have to tie it before you can win it.
It's Tony Campana on deck. Ball 4.
Tell you, Len, any knowledge that the Cubs have of Javi Guerra is just based on video and advance reports, because nobody's had an at bat against him. Well,
nobody warming in the bullpen.
I was just going to say, with nobody warming in the bullpen and this slow walk to the mound, Don Mattingly's probably trying to get his thoughts together before he gets out there. I'm not very happy with his closer. He wants to talk it over with his defense as well to know exactly what they're going to do. Once again, Tony Campana's speed at the plate will change some things, but see that manager go out there with nobody warming up. He's got something on his mind.
Final look at our run expectancy matrix and the chance of the Cubs scoring here. First and second, one out, according to stats. As you see, that runner at third with one out, it really jumps up. Cornerman in, back up the middle. In double play depth as Campana takes ball 1. 3-2 Dodgers, 1 out, 2 on in the bottom of the 9th. Loney backs up a little bit as Guerra fakes towards second. base hit. Stewart's going to score. DeJesus around toward third. He's going to be waved home. Relay throw to the plate. Out. Now he dropped the ball, but he was called out before Ellis dropped it. Dale Swaim's going to argue the call made by Jeff Kellogg. Now the question is, will Kellogg get help? It doesn't appear as he will.
I'm not so sure there was a tag applied anyway at home plate. Very aggressive send that time by Pat Listash. Strong relay throw from Ellis to the plate, all the way in the air to the other Ellis. He might have got him on the back of the hip right there. From our angle up here in the press box, I thought DeJesus got around the tag, but it looked like he caught him right around the belt.
And you see the ball came out on the exchange as he was trying to pull the ball out of his glove. So Castro with Campana at third, 2 outs in a tie game, 3-3.
Good strong throw from one Ellis to the other Ellis, and it did appear like he caught him on the belt on his way by, and as you said, was clearly taking the ball out of his glove after the play was over.
So DeJesus out 9-4 to 2. And a 1-0 pitch to Castro, fouled back to the edge of the screen. A 3-3 tie. Castro has ended 4 different innings. Now, one of them was the third when he was thrown out at second after a 2-run single. Kick in the 1-1, 1-2. So Garrett has now blown 3 save chances. Swing and a miss. We will go to extras. Tony Campana ties it. It's 3-3. sending this game into extras. And Rafael Dolis is a new Cubs pitcher. How about Camp and Russell keeping the Dodgers off the board after they got the 3 early? And actually, Bob, you go back to after Juan Rivera hit the homer off Travis Wood, he retired 11 in a row. We only have 2 singles since the 3rd inning. Dolis against Tony Gwynn. Ball 1. Fourth time the Dodgers have gone to extras. And Gwynn hits a ground ball to Darwin Barney. 1 away. Dolis got the save on Friday, his second. The other one was a 2-inning save. And Bobby Abreu, who's signed with the Dodgers on Friday before the start of this series. He's pinch hitting for Guerra. Started and left yesterday. 1 for 6 in the series. There's Jamie Wright in the Dodger bullpen. Two and 1. Well, there was a similar tight pitch yesterday. It was called a strike. Bobby Abreu didn't like it. Neither did the Dodger bench. And Ted Lilly got kicked out.
He had things to do last night.
2-2. There's Theodore. He'll pitch tomorrow, off to a really good start after a little DL time. 4 starts, 3-0 with a 1.38 for the former Cub. One of our favorites. Oh, knocked down by Dolis. He got a glove on it, and he'll get the out. What a play. Self-defense.
Smiling about it now, but that was a bullet right back at him. Oh, I mean, that is right at his face. Turned away from it, stuck the glove up, able to knock it down and stay with it in time to get Bobby Abreu.
Talking about quick feet, that's a quick noggin.
Abreu hit that line drive to right field the other night off of Rafael Dolis, a guy that is normally very hard to get the ball in the air against. But in 2 at-bats, Abreu's hit a line drive to right and a line drive back to the mound.
Mather way in at third, and Gordon shows bunt. 2-0. Speaking of Joe, Darnell McDonald today, the first position player to lose a game as a pitcher since Mather did it for the Cardinals in a 20-inning game against the Mets 2 years ago. 2-1. Two and two. Busy day for Barney. And Dolis gets 3 ground ball outs. Cubs will try to win it in the bottom of the 10th. Grab some buds. Pepsi Max. Visit MLB.com/Pepsi Max for your chance to play ball against some of the greatest baseball legends of all time. Games begin at MLB.com/Pepsi Max. The Illinois Lottery. Do you believe in the power of possibility? The Illinois Lottery. Anything's possible. And by Ford, manufacturers of more fuel-efficient vehicles than any other brand. Check them out at your local Ford store or online at localfordstores.com. Veteran right-hander Jamie Wright. And with the heavy sinker.
Well, both managers choosing maybe by default or maybe by design to go with their sinker ball pitchers here late with no wind blowing whatsoever at Wrigley Field. Try to keep that ball in the ballpark.
And he throws a breaking ball over for a strike to Brian LaHare, leading off again for the 5th time. One way to score where the leadoff man gets on, you hit a home run in the dirt. Right with an inning yesterday, gave up a run on 2 hits. He did strike out LaHare in that frame. .3-3 the score here in the 10th. Big swing and a miss. He chased a bad one. And for the first time today, Brian LaHare has been retired. But if you want a silver lining partner, I'll find it for you.
Okay.
Wellington Castillo struck out to start the 9th, and the Cubs went on to tie the game with a run.
There you go. Put that on your matrix chart.
That's right. That leadoff man on base. That's it's bad. And did we mention Soriano still without a home run?
Is that right? And Jamie Wright has not surrendered a home run yet this year.
Is that right?
That's right.
Six career extra innings home runs.
Sinker ball pitcher, good low ball hitter. Sun's starting to come out.
Picked up by Kennedy.
Well, we did everything we could do.
Joe Mather. Well, Jamie Wright made his big league debut in 1996. He's been around a long time. Rockies, Brewers, Cardinals, Royals, Rockies again, Giants, Rangers, Royals again, Indians, Mariners, and now the Dodgers. And for the first decade or so, he was basically a starter, but has not done anything else but relieve since 2008. That's low, 1-1 to Mather. You see a lot of starts, but a ton of relief appearances now over the last few seasons. Chop toward third, and Kennedy will just concede the hit as Mather keeps the inning alive. His first base hit today in 5 tries.
The old swing and bunt with 2 strikes down that third baseline. Kennedy was playing way back.
Did we mention Darwin Barney is tied with Albert Pujols in home runs? Albert hit his first today as an Angel. And they beat the Blue Jays 4-3.
Who's going to hit number 2 first? Darwin or Albert?
We'll find out. And they got Mather picked off. He was leaning, and it sounded like one of the Dodgers may have tipped off right to throw over or step off. We'll go to the 11th, still tied at 3.
Just trying to get a little extra on his jump over there. Unfortunately, Jamie Wright, as you said, was alerted by somebody on that first base side of the field. There he goes, and Wright snapped a throw over to James Loney, who initiates the rundown. And you're not going to run away from D. Gordon.
So Dolis, who worked a 1-2-3-10, got 3 ground ball outs, will face Ellis, Ethier, and Rivera. Cubs will not have to deal with Matt Kemp the rest of the way. He pinch hit and flied to right in the 7th inning. Got a first pitch strike. Obama saw a note. Andrew Kashner will get a shot at being the Padres closers. Houston Street goes to the DL.
No doubt Kashner has closer stuff. Looking at the defensive positioning of the Cubs infield, this is about as close to the third base line as you'll see Dale Swaim play his third baseman. He's got an extreme sinker ball pitcher on the mound. Everything moves down and into a right-handed hitter. Ellis is a ground ball pull hitter. So this is the one time it would seem to make sense, especially in extra innings, to scoot that third baseman a little bit further over to the line. And in conjunction with that, Darwin Barney moves a step or two further to the hole. Starlin Castro does. Darwin Barney cheats a little bit up the middle of the field, but that's about as much as you'll ever see a Cubs third baseman guarding the line.
Outside, as I mentioned, Kashner, he took the loss today. 2/3 of an inning, gave up 4 runs, 3 earned in the 8th inning as the Marlins beat San Diego 6-3. So Miami has won 6 in a row. Full count now, 3-2. Giants just edged Milwaukee 4-3 the final. They got a run in the bottom of the 11th. Hector Sanchez won it with an RBI single. Hard hit grounder foul. Deep and foul. Edward Mujica got the save for the Marlins today in that game in San Diego. Heath Bell getting a breather as he has struggled.
Wellington Castillo had to go out there and convince Rafael Dolis to throw his best pitch in this situation, that heavy sinking fastball. Ellis has pulled a couple of them foul with the 2-strike count.
Castro backhands, and LaHare keeps his toe on the bag. They get the out.
Couple of hard hit balls pulled foul. Quick meeting on the mound. Wellington Castillo apparently convinced Rafael Dolis, stick with your strength. Throw me another sinker. We'll let somebody make a play on the infield. And that time it was Starlin Castro.
Ball one low to Ethier. Well, the Brewers have been dealing with all kinds of injury problems. Matt Gamble, Carlos Gomez down the DL with a strained hamstring, and shortstop Alex Gonzalez with a right knee injury. Had Taylor Green at first today. Cesar Torres at short. Three balls, no strikes. Barney called off Brian LaHair. You might have been able to hear it. It's one of those in-between plays where the first baseman might go after it, but Barney called him off so LaHair could peel off to first base.
Take a listen. See if you can hear Darwin Barney. Not always an easy play, that tweener. A lot of first basemen like to go way to their right to make that play, but much easier for Darwin Barney because he was shifted over into that hole and called off his first baseman.
So Ethier was swinging away 3-0. Rivera swings on at the first pitch and has his third hit today. Now Kennedy, who pinch ran and scored for the injured Jerry Hairston in the second inning, stayed in, played third, and now has gone 0 for 3. Strike one. Kennedy did something a few other guys have done. They hit 3 home runs in one postseason game. That was with the Anaheim Angels in 02, the ALCS against Minnesota. One and two. Was the MVP of that series. And he hit 9th in the order that night.
Secret weapon. Got him hiding down there.
Yeah. Swing and a miss. Dolis with 2 scoreless innings. Bottom of the 11th coming up. 3-3. Of a good time.
Today's Bud Fan Cam. Fans for recreating exactly what they did back in the 7th inning for us. That was the Beastie Boys with Girls. That's our Bud Fan Cam, brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds.
You had a very weird day here, and you look at the Cubs and the line score here, and the innings the way they've played out. And it's Jamie Wright with a 1-0 right down the middle to Barney. Starlin Castro has ended 5 innings. Brian LaHare has led off 5 innings. Darwin Barney has ended 3 innings. Number 8 hitter Wellington Castillo has led off 3 different times.
Brian LaHare reached base 4 consecutive times until striking out leading off the 10th inning, and the 9 spot in the lineup has reached base 4 consecutive times. Go figure. Put that in your matrix once again.
You got it.
Go figure.
Ready for a 1-2. Fouled back. Well, I do not have the details, but Bryce Harper has stolen home tonight against the Phillies.
How about that?
What can't he do at 19?
Well, he can't drink.
That's true. Curveball low.
Can't celebrate his steal of home.
Guess he was hit by a Cole Hamels pitch to get on base in the first place. There's Kerry Wood up in the Cubs bullpen. Travis Wood started for the Cubs. Left-hander Scott Elbert is in the Dodger bullpen. Here comes a 2-2 on the way. A high one bouncer off the glove of Kennedy and into left. Barney around first, trying to get to second. The throw, not in time. It's a double.
Barney just pounds that ball off the hard dirt there on the left side of home plate. A high bouncer. Adam Kennedy took a real shallow line. Goes up the ladder trying to get it, but ticks off his glove. Goes on into left field, and good hustle by Darwin Barney to circle the bag at first and get himself into scoring position here with nobody out.
Here's Wellington Castillo. And they will intentionally walk him, with Jeff Baker on deck in the pitcher spot. The percent chance of scoring on our matrix, 60.2% runner at second, nobody out, 60.3% first and second. So virtually unchanged. This is a no-brainer in a game-ending last-at-bat situation. Now Jeff Samardzija has jumped into the on-deck circle for a bunt opportunity.
The wheels are spinning now. Dodgers are going to gather on the mound to talk about what they're going to do defensively. Samardzija should try to bunt this ball down the third baseline, force Adam Kennedy to come in and make the play, allowing Darwin Barty to advance onto third base, unless Jeff Samardzija sees the Dodgers run the wheel play. If they see the shortstop break for third base, most teams will have the batter go ahead and swing away in that situation because you've got so many holes open in the infield. Kennedy is going to creep in a good 15 feet in front of the bag at third. Oh man, this is a little different here.
And I think he got hit. He did. He got hit by that pitch. And that loads the bases for David DeJesus. Bases loaded. Nobody out. It's all there in front of you.
In the excitement of having the bases loaded, nobody out, Jeff Samardzija just took one off his throwing arm.
You're right, his right elbow.
Hopefully that was just a glancing blow.
Here comes Don Mattingly. He's got the left-hander Elbert available, and I think he's going to bring at least, let's see, he's going to bring one of his outfielders in. Juan Rivera. So they will play with an extra infielder. Well, the Cubs have back-to-back lefties coming up, but Mattingly's not going to go with Elbert. He's going to stay with Jamie Wright. A lot of space in the outfield. As Gwynn basically now playing left, Ethier in right, nobody playing center. 5 infielders on the grass. Here's a pitch outside, ball 1.
Guy at the plate, Len, very patient hitter, rarely chases pitches out of the zone. Wouldn't surprise me to see David DeJesus take until he gets at least 1 strike, maybe 2 in this at bat.
Tap foul.
Pitcher's pitch there that time too, in the 2-0 count. Sinker on that outside corner, working its way further away from David.
Left fielder Juan Rivera playing between the first and second baseman. He's played a little first in his career. Here's a 2-1. 3-1. Well, their alignment won't matter if Wright can't throw a strike. Cubs are a bad pitch away from an 11th inning win. There it is. Swing and a miss. 3-2.
So out of character for David DeJesus to chase pitches out of the zone, but he's done it twice in this at bat. The sinker that was low and away, and then this one up high and away out of the zone.
Winning run at third. That's Darwin Barney. The kick and the 3-2. Ball 4. Cubs win. Cubs win on a De Jesus walk with the bases loaded. They tied it in the 9th. They win it in the 11th. Give the bullpen a huge assist today. 5 scoreless innings. David De Jesus with us after the Cubs win today after a 2-hour, 41-minute rain delay. David, talk about that at bat. I mean, you're in the driver's seat, bases loaded, no outs, and then you get a hitter's count.
Yeah, I wanted to be aggressive. 3-1, I should have walked, but, I wanted to, if I'm going to err on the aggressive side, then 3-2, I was like, let me get a pitch, don't try and go after it, see it, and I was able to take it.
David, Don Mattingly with that defensive alignment, bringing Juan Rivera into the right side of the infield. Does that affect you at all as a hitter when you see that many infielders standing there?
Not at all. My game plan is going the other way, so I didn't even see 3 guys on that side. Only saw 2 on the other side, and it's a good win for us today. That's for sure.
How about the delay? You're going to play at some point, but it's a long delay. What do you do in the interim to just kind of bide your time and make sure you're focused and ready to go at 4 o'clock today?
Yeah, we had a couple basketball games on, so I guess that'll keep you focused. But it's one of those things that, both teams got to go through it. You just got to handle yourself, professionally. And, we were able to, get the win today.
How about Tony Campana ties the game in the 9th inning with the base hit and an aggressive send? Did you think Pat was going to send you in the 9th?
Oh, definitely. I was running hard, thinking I was going to score. It was in the gap. I heard they made 2 good throws and got me out. Just I tried to slide around him and get the back corner of the plate, but they did their job. And it was one of those things that Campana came up clutch for us, and then we were able to get it done in the 11th, I think it was.
All right, last question, David. Playing right field at Wrigley. You heard all about how challenging it is. How has it been for you? Because you look very comfortable out there.
I like it. I like the challenge. Some days, you throw the grass up in between pitches just to make sure, you know what's going on. But, it's crazy out there. The wind can take the ball and move it around, and you just got to, work your best, route to the ball and go from there.
Congratulations, David. Nicely done today.
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
Appreciate the time. David De Jesus, who picked up the game-ending RBI on a bases-loaded walk in the 11th. 4-3 Cubs, your final.